Alright, and we are live. Hello and welcome to the Creative's Garden. I am Hikari Harpy, and today I believe we're going to do something a little bit different today. So I have been playing the game Fantasy Life I, and I have played Fantasy Life on the 3DS as well as Fantasy Life Online back when the mobile app was up and running. And I have a lot of feelings about the characters and the stories, and I thought I would be able to do that if I did a character tier list. So the characters that would be on this tier list are going to be the 50 people that you can have on your island in Fantasy Life I. So that being said, there's going to be a lot of spoilers for who you can collect, and some are story relevant, and there will also be spoilers for Fantasy Life on the 3DS if you haven't played it. So yes, so fair warning, there'll be plenty of spoilers for those games, so if you don't want that, probably this is a stream to skip. But otherwise, if you are watching the VOD or if you're in the chat, feel free to let me know what your thoughts are on cozy games, and if you've ever played any of the Fantasy Life games, let me know who your favorite character is. And with that being said, let's get over to the camera. So, the way I'm going to be going about this tier list is, I think, kind of fun. So as you can see, we have this paper tier list that I made right here. We have S through F. But then we also have all 50 characters right here. So how this is going to go is that I'm going to be finishing coloring them as I talk about them, and then once I'm done with them, I will place them on the tier list, because this is a sticker sheet. So I will color them, I will cut them out, and then I'll place them on the tier list. And I will have to be very careful, because since these are stickers, I will not be able to move them around so easily, if at all. So yeah, I suppose we shall first get started with Ahab. Now, as far as I'm aware, I think Ahab actually does make an appearance in the Fantasy Life 3DS game, but he's kind of off to the side. From what I recall of his backstory, he was a legendary pirate until he decided to retire to become an angler. And he is also the father of the pirate princess Olivia from Port Puerto. Which is really funny that that's the name of the place, because I have heard that originally in Japanese it's like Port Puerto, so it's literally just Port. But yeah, so I'm just gonna take a moment to reference what his colors are. Yeah, should be pretty simple. Dark eye patch, maybe a little bit of gray in his beard, but other than that, I can just decorate the background however I want. Just double checking, everything's looking alright. But yeah, the interesting thing about Fantasy Life I is that the characters are actually given voice lines. Like, they don't always match up with the dialogue that's written in their dialogue boxes, but they are technically voiced. So it's really nice to like hear what they would sound like, considering like in the old 3DS games, all you'd have would be like, you know, Link type of voice lines where it's like, yeah. If anything. Sometimes they're just silent. But yeah, so that being said, because of how Fantasy Life I plays, it can get a little bit annoying to hear all those voices again and again. Okay, and then maybe this blue. But yeah, in my personal opinion, when I've had Ahab on my party formation, he wasn't like, he didn't bring the most utility. He seemed like a, you know, decently fun older gentleman type, you know. But other than that, there are characters that I enjoy a little bit more than him. So I'm thinking, well, first of all, I need to bring out my cutting board so I don't cut into my tier list. Think I would put Ahab maybe I'm thinking between C and D. I think I'm going to put Ahab at a very low C tier. first one down on the tier list. Next one we have is Alan, the Royal Chef of Castell. Now, admittedly, we don't see Alan a whole lot, but I always thought his design was really cool, and his notable food of choice is the Hamburg steak. And for some reason I always misremember as that it's just hamburgers. but in the game it's called Hamburg steak, so. I don't know. His design always seemed pretty cool to me. Blonde hair with the purple and gold, and blue eyes, I believe. I managed to stock up on a little bit more yellow. This is a very bold shade of yellow, but I think it'll still work for our purposes. Bit on the reddish side, but I think it'll work. But yeah, not a whole lot of notes on Alan. Other than that, I think he's got a cool voice in Fantasy Life I. Switch over. Nib pen. Or small nib. Okay. Careful with our sharp pointy things. Okay. would like to put him... probably a solid B tier. Maybe like a high B. This is my guess. Here's hoping I don't regret it later. Alright. Next one we've got Bearheart. Now, Bearheart, I think, is the first one we've got on the list who is from the Fantasy Life online game, which was more of like your typical gacha type games, where it's like you've got your pulls, you got, you know, all the characters that you could get, the weapons you can get, and the tools you can get, because, you know, they're all based on the various lives, and they're based on the high tier characters that can wield them. So yeah, Bearheart. Is a woodcutter, and he's a decent one, I think. And hello, Mr. Repairman, welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well today. I know you're not too familiar with these characters, but I still hope to make it fairly entertaining. Basically, for the character tier list, I've got this whole sticker sheet of characters, and I'm going to be talking about them as I cut them out and put them on the tier list. Something I will say, I ironically tend to find cozy games a little bit stressful because I think I have to micromanage. Any examples you want to give about any cozy games in particular? Are we talking like Stardew Valley or Animal Crossing New Horizons? Cute little icons. What's the tier criteria? Basically, I'm basing them off of a mixture of like my own personal like nostalgia and feelings towards them, because there's a lot of characters that come from the previous installments of Fantasy Life, especially Fantasy Life 3DS, that I hold very dear to my heart. It also depends on their utility in Fantasy Life I, because you can put them in your party and they'll have all sorts of special abilities depending on what sort of class they are. And it also depends on their voices and which ones annoy me the least, because this is one of my tiny gripes about Fantasy Life I, is that like, it's wonderful that there's voice acting. I'm glad that there is, because it's really fun to know, canonically, what these characters would sound like. However, the ones in your party in particular, you get to hear their voice lines over and over again. They repeat a lot of the same phrases. And it gets even more noticeable when you're playing in English. And even beyond that, I feel like there are some voices that were not given very good direction in terms of just how the line should have been read. Because I feel like there are, at least for one in particular, that the voice doesn't quite match up with the character. But I will get to that when I get to that. So far, the two characters that I listed, Ahab and Alan, like their voices in general, they're pretty all right. And Alan's actually got pretty good voice. Ahab is your typical like jovial old man type pirate deal. So yeah, so he's all right. Do I like take him out of my party all the time though? Not in particular. There are others that I would prefer. Some people consider The Sims a cozy game, and I keep stressing about their meters. I know with Animal Crossing I'd be worried about managing the city. About the only accepted cozy game that relaxes me is Minecraft because I know where I stand. Line straight from the can. Love us some pirates. Yeah. It's like, man. But that's why, after a while, I decided to try out having the voice lines in Japanese. And it helps a little bit, because, yeah, I feel like most of the Japanese lines are read a lot better. But, yeah, that's just a me personal thing. Anyways, Bearheart, let's see. Yellow, brown, and the letter brown. Okay. I need to, first of all, get my brown. I think, let's see, do I want this to be my darkest shade, or do I want it to be... I think this can be my darkest shade. Hazelnut for his beard. Actually, I think I have a warm gray that I would like to use. I think I probably should have used that in the beginning. And then I grab this yellow. That'll do. And But yeah. Bearheart's a woodcutter. His voice is pretty decent. And, you know, level him up, give him decent gear, you know, he can help with all your woodcutting needs, but in a battle, But this is a thing with any character that's not a, you know, a battling life. Like, all the crafters and gatherers usually don't fare well in a battle situation. Even if they do decide to participate. Mine don't typically participate in the battles. So here's Bearheart. Oh yeah, and you might have noticed I did manage to make some little bouncing friends with me, so they're here to lighten up the mood, just to have fun. But if they ever get too annoying or too distracting, I can send them away. And also, once again, testing to ask how the volume mixing is. If I'm too quiet or too loud, or if the music's too quiet or too loud. I'm still trying to figure out what does what in the sound settings, so it's very possible that things are not quite optimized. But as for Bearheart, I think I can put him just above Ahab. Decent C tier. Nothing to write home about. Oh, ultra fishing. Welcome, welcome. My opinion on cozy games is that they can be good for managing stress, but prefer fast-paced games. That is also very fair. I mean, I've been playing Monster Hunter Wilds recently, especially. Because the new title update dropped and a new festival is going on called Flame Fate, in which there's all sorts of like little gimmicks going on in the Grand Hub. So that's been really fun to check out. You played Crash Bandicoot 1 to de-stress before? I think I've only played Crash Bandicoot 1 and Crash Bandicoot Warped when I was younger. I don't think I've completed any of the Crash Bandicoot games, though. Volume's fine, everything's good. Thank you very much. Seriously, it helps a lot to put things in perspective. But yes, so the next one we have is Bray, and he's another one that I believe was introduced in Fantasy Life Online, the mobile gacha game, and he's supposed to be the Royal Blacksmith, I believe, with the nickname of the Blue Devil, which is very interesting. He's got sort of like a colder personality, like he seems scary on the outside, but really he's just very focused on his work. But yeah, Like, I remember when I was playing Fantasy Life Online, I think he was like one of the characters that I really wanted to pull from the gacha. They probably marketed him as such. Cool tones for his hair because he's got some really nice slate type hair. And I think as a blacksmith, he's just pretty decent. Like, I know I like to keep him like on my party of blacksmiths whenever I'm crafting, you know, metal. But then again, I kind of like all the blacksmiths. All the blacksmiths in the game are pretty cool. His English voice kind of reminds me of like Solid Snake. Like Colonel. He's got that type of voice. I don't remember if I've heard his Japanese voice though. So, actually, he might have a similar thing where it's like he sounds like the Japanese voice of Snake. That might be the thing. Yeah, I think, yeah. Yeah, that was my overall thoughts. In both, you know, languages, he sounds like Solid Snake. I'm gonna use this one. I think. I might actually put him at a lower A tier. I will say that I have mixed feelings about how the this whole like Islander buddy thing is implemented, because on the one hand, my nostalgia is definitely being hit with seeing all these characters that I like saw before, but at the same time, it's like they're given less context story-wise to be there, other than they just happen to be there. But oh well. And for Bray, I shall put him in the lower A tier. Yeah, about here sounds good. And because these are stickers, I'm really hoping I don't regret my placement, so there's that. Notice you added skin tones early. Why is that? So doing all of these little portraits took a long time for me, because I was having to go down the list of all the various characters, and this is basically my first time drawing most of these characters. Like, I think like maybe 40 plus of them I've never drawn before doing their little portraits for these stickers. And I kept debating about how long it would actually take me to like draw them on stream, because I knew I would be talking, I knew it would just be a whole lot. So I kept going back and forth between like, is this gonna be enough time, or should I like do I have enough to say about each character before I move on? So there is that. White and red. Okay, but this one is my recent baby boy, Butch. And he's sort of a surprise for me because he was first introduced in Fantasy Life 3DS, where he was introduced with his older brother Pierre, and they were essentially like those two guys, those two Team Rocket type guys, the bumbling buffoons that are trying to be bad but don't actually succeed in being bad. And Butch was like the one who would be like, yeah, boss, that type of goon, and Pierre would be like, turn around and look at me like, shut up, would you shut up for 10 seconds, that sort of thing. That was sort of their like back and forth. But now that I like actually have him on my island, a lot of his dialogue is just like, yeah, we used to have no lives, but now we got these new lives, because that's the thing about Fantasy Life I. They introduced new lives, or I suppose you could call them like classes, because you've got your fighting lives like Paladin or Mercenary or Hunter. Then you've got your crafting lives like the Blacksmith or Carpenter. And then you've got your gathering lives like Fishing and Woodcutter. But they also added 2 new lives, which is Artist and Farmer. And Butch has become a farmer. So he's all like, yeah, it's hard work, but it gets me food on the table. And he's like, oh, I'm so used to like following my brother around, but you know what? I think he'd be proud of me for like going at it on my own. I'm like, oh no, I kind of relate to that. So I think that Butch is just a complete sweetheart now. Like, he went from being a regular Team Rocket type buffoon to being someone he's just a little guy. He's just a little guy trying his best. Let's see here. These might not be the quite correct colors, but I think that's as good as I'm gonna get. Which is going to be a surprise on my A tier list. He's a surprise A tier. You're gonna take your place high up the tier list. As soon as I can get you off your backing. So there he is. And I'm gonna put him pretty high up here. Leave a little bit of room here. Just in case. I did play a little bit of Fantasy Life I just to look at the encyclopedia, because that has little blurbs about each of the characters, and some of them, especially ones from the mobile game, I had no idea what their deal was supposed to be, other than they, look conventionally attractive and, look all sparkly and stuff. For instance, Chapo. He's a cook, but apparently in his lore, he led a group of mercenaries before he became a cook. And he also knows apparently a group of orphans that he likes to be able to take care of and stuff. Which, this is all stuff that's only in his lore. There was no storyline that I could think of, or maybe there were a couple of storylines in the mobile game that I just wasn't able to get to because it's a mobile game. But yeah, so he's actually got a number of people who used to be part of his old mercenary group in this tier list, so I will bring them up as they come along. But yeah, other than that, Chapo, I think he's fairly decent as a character. He's nothing too special about him. In the way he presents himself, it's he's nice. He talks about oh, there's a playground here. The orphans would love to play here, I'm sure. Or he'll talk about, oh, I would like to be able to cook something for them and stuff like that. But in the grand scheme of things, nothing stands out to me about him, personality-wise, and the voice acting is also pretty decent. color were his eyes again? Okay, yeah, so it's like a golden thing. I think overall I would put Chocpo like going back and forth between like a B and a C. There are others that I prefer a teensy bit better. I think I'll put him at a high C. Bit of a shoddy cutting job, but that's okay. This is actually one of my newer X-Acto knives. Like, I haven't used this one like at all. And this one still has like replacement blades for it as well, so that'll be nice. I think I will put Chocpo as a pretty high C tier. Let's see how this is looking by the end of it. Cherry is a little girl who is also a woodcutter. She was also in the 3DS game. Like, she wasn't like the master woodcutter who you'd like get your, you know, who check on your life license, because you get a license for each individual life. But she was there. In the game she keeps mentioning dogs Beavy and Bevo, but I don't remember said dogs in the game, so I don't know where one would be able to find those. But yeah, she's got light blue hair and a orange jumper type deal. And her voice lines are pretty typical little girl type lines, which means could get annoying maybe after a little bit. Maybe not annoying per se, but definitely just a little bit right? So I don't usually like putting her on the team, but there's another carpenter that I got even more sick of, so Cherry ends up staying on the team. You can have like a maximum of like 2 crafters on your party when you're crafting. It's just when it's like other things, like in a battle and such, that you can have a maximum of 3. And that's just for a mixture of lives. But yeah, so Cherry, I think, decent C tier, probably in the lower part of C tier. Not quite D tier. I think I have a couple who I can think of who belong in D tier. The sticker sheet. Oh boy. I just realized too, I'm going to have to color next. But yeah, here's Cherry. Imagine some of these stickers are going to end up overlapping. So the next one is Cliff. And I believe he was also introduced in Fantasy Life Online. So Cliff is a magician, which is another combat class. So you can use spells and whatnot offensively. But his thing is that, like, he's got a sort of icy wolf aesthetic going on, and he also is very... I want to say hoity-toity, but like in his descriptions, they say that if he thinks that you're not a slacker, then he'll give you respect, but If he thinks that you're not like pulling your weight or whatnot, then he'll like really think lowly of you and will not hide it. Which leads to a lot of very condescending lines. So when I added him to my party, and a lot of his lines were just like super grumbly and just like, that wasn't even worth my time. I was so fed up with him. Oh my god. There's like a couple of lines where I can kind of see him maybe being, you know, somebody's favorite, but he rubs me the wrong way. Like, here's the thing. Some tsundere characters, like, you can kind of get away with it. Like, for Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, there was a character known as the Ace Commander, who was later on named Julius, and he was basically of a similar type. He was like, "Oh, you're the hunter that you know my friend hired. Oh, you're definitely not worth it. You're not up to snuff. You're not of caliber. He should replace you." And then throughout the game, you prove your worth, and he's like, and by the end of it, he's like, okay, maybe I consider you a friend. And see, it's stuff like that where they can redeem themselves at the end that, you know, makes it easier to forgive that sort of thing. But because Cliff is basically permanently in the you don't meet my standards phase, it makes it very difficult to get on his side. But, you know, the voice lines fit the character. I personally just hate hearing his negativity every time I put him in my party, so now that I've reached maximum affinity with him, I would rather not have him on my party most of the time. So, that being said, I will put him... I'm tempted to call him my first D tier. Because, of course, looks-wise, you know, like I said, he's from the gacha games, so he looks, you know, aesthetically attractive and whatnot for a video game character. But yeah, personality-wise, he just So yeah, I might put Cliff as my high D character. If there was some way to, like, I don't know if he gets any better if you, like, give him a house and he says better lines, but I don't know. I never figured out if he ever, like, if there's any lines that show that he gets better, but all I know is that when I put him in my party, he is not better. So I'm putting him as my high D tier, because while he is annoying, his magic is actually very good. It is a very good, he's got very great ice magic attacks that really do, you know, lend itself well in battle. So I will give credit where it's due. But blah, bland as personality. Next we have Colin, who was actually like a minor character in the Final Fantasy. I want to keep Final Fantasy. It's Fantasy Life 3DS game. Get him a house and he says better lines is a wild thought out of context. Oh yeah, all I have to do is buy him a house and he'll be nicer to me, you know? Isn't that always the way with friendships? Isn't that how you deal with bullies? No, but yeah, that's... I still don't know some of the context for, like, certain voice lines for the game. I don't know if they actually change or if they're just, like, on a rotation. So, yeah. So most of the time, it's got, you know, the Animal Crossing villager problem of eventually you will hear the same lines over and over again. But yeah. So, Colin was a minor character in the 3DS game. He was just kind of in the Almagique desert. I assume the place is called Almagique because Al-Magic doesn't seem like it would roll off the tongue as well. Even though, like, in a voice line that I heard, they pronounced, like, the guards from that area as Magic Knights. Which, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. But anyways. Where is... Yeah, I think I need some purples here now. Because Colin definitely has some... purplish to him. And there's others who have like a little bit of purple as well, so I look forward to working with those ones. But yeah, Colin is all about like fortune telling and trying to keep the balance between spirits and the rest of the world, because in the lore, a magician's magic is essentially based around elemental spirits. So if you're friendly with the spirits like you, then you'll be like a more powerful magician or something like that. And Colin is very certainly a powerful magician because he just starts summoning up like magic meteors in battle, and I'm like, okay, alright, will not mess with you. Good day, sir. Let's see. place him next to Bray or Alan? I would actually... Can I move Bray? Yes, I can. Okay. If I couldn't move Bray, I would deal with it. I would, like, let it, leave it. But I'm thinking... I'm thinking Bray has to go into B tier. And then Colin can be at a very low A tier. He has taken Bray's place on the tier list. Okay. Now here's an interesting one. Cormel. He also comes from the gacha game, I believe. I don't think I ever got him, or if I do, I don't remember because it's been so long. And honestly, a lot of the gacha game lore, like, it really just did not leave a lasting impact on me as the 3DS game did. Because it was a gacha game. Like, honestly, I only played Fantasy Life Online just because it had been years since the 3DS game, and I missed the characters, and I was willing to, you know, learn about the new ones as well. But if there was any sort of plot line or through line for the week or the month that the game was trying to put out, I was never really that much invested. All I was invested in was getting the characters that I liked, and that was about it. It was basically, you know, a gotta catch 'em all type of deal. But yeah. But Cormel, though, he is apparently... He used to be a part of Chakpo's mercenary group, based on his lore. And it said in his lore that, like, he owns his own, like, carpenter company because he is a carpenter. And that because of the falling out with the initial mercenary group, as well as getting, like, swindled by, like, some rich person, he ended up being, like, turning into sort of a sleazy businessman himself. So, kind of interesting lore-wise. And most of the time, I don't mind his voice lines, but when you start, like, a gathering task of sorts, when you bring him out in a party, he has this one line that's like, could you hurry up? Could you move this along? Are you sure we can't go any faster? Or, like, just so impatient sounding, and it really irritates me. It's just that one line. Just that one line. Everything else, it's like, I can handle, oh yeah, I'm, you know, very astute businessman. You can trust me, you know. I can handle that type of vibe. But when it's like, could you move this along? It's like, dude, come on now. I'm already going as fast as I can. there's dust in here. Yeah, black, gold hat, and green hair with blue eyes. Got it. Big extravagant hat. Oh boy. And I will put Carmel, despite his one irritating line, at Thank you for the bless you. And also, since you're here, thank you very much for the sticker order. I hope those get to you soon. But yeah, next one up is Damon. Now, interesting thing, in the US version, he was named Damien. But I think in the UK version, they kept it as Damon. And yeah, of course. Damon is too demonic. That was probably the thought process when they initially localized it, but for Fantasy Life I, they reverted his name back to Damon, so Damon is a really fun character in my opinion. He is like this tiny young thing, and he is in the original 3DS game. He was the Dark Sultan in training. So the kingdom of Al-Majik. It's basically like a magical Agrabah type of deal. But beyond the like golden deserts and like pavement, there's like a really obviously evil looking castle looming in the background that looks like a demonic shadow demon of some sort. And the castle itself just looks super like purple demonic with like creepy wahaha ghostly faces on it and everything. And the ruler of Al-Majik is supposed to be called the Dark Sultan, and the whole deal is that they're supposed to be all about like world domination and whatnot. You know, they're known as the stereotypical bad guys, but Damon doesn't want to be that. He wants to rule the world with kindness. So even though he looks like he should be dressed as the, you know, big bad evil guy, he's actually like a really huge sweetheart, and it's so fun. He's such a fun character, and there's a reason he has a lot of fans, a lot of fangirls. Like, as far as I know, when it comes to like the Fantasy Life community, from last I heard, a lot of people love Damon. I have my own favorite character, but I will get to rambling about him when we get to him. You will know, whether you like it or not. If you clicked on this video, if you joined the stream, you will know. Not sure if I prefer demon or Damon for spelling. Yeah, like, in terms of like most, I feel like at least most people in the US, they'd know how to pronounce demon as opposed to demon with an A. But I do kind of like how otherworldly it makes it seem, especially with how common you know, the usual spelling of demon is with just an E. So therefore, that's why I chose the AE spelling for the demons in Sanctus lore. Even though the demons don't come from Sanctus, but that's a story for another time. But yeah, Damon has a lot of purples in his wardrobe. Purples and blacks. And a little bit of gold for that royal touch. So I think what I'm going to do is I'll grab this. Just kind of be very gentle about this because I want to use these as the shadows. So I can use a lighter purple to just kind of okay. Not quite working as I wanted, but that's okay. As of the 3DS game and as of Fantasy Life I, he is actually the current Dark Sultan of Al Majik because his father essentially retired because his father got into some magical shenanigans with the King of Castell, in which people thought that the Dark Sultan died. And they thought, and the previous Dark Sultan was, like, the reason that the King of Castell looks like a kid. But it turns out they just both magical pranked each other and didn't, see fit to tell anybody. So as you can imagine, both husbands are very much in trouble with their wives. Especially Damon's mom is like, we were about to go to war with these people. And stupid stuff like that is what makes the story of Fantasy Life so charming to me. At least the 3DS game. Anyways, Damon, he's I think he has to go into S tier. He's not the highest on the S tier, but he's gonna go into S tier. He's pretty high up there, though.
the other thing I didn't account for is how difficult it would be to remove the sticker from its backing with gloves on. Especially cheap, loose-fitting gloves. There we go. Come on. There you go. Finally, here we have Damon. He's gonna go, I'd say, pretty high up here. Come on. I just don't want him to be completely off the page. Yeah, that works. Okay.
I legit made the mistake of thinking this is a child. He is a great boy from my description. Yeah. In my opinion, a pretty great character. And, you know, his voice lines are also, like, pretty nice. I don't mind hearing them as often. Even as much as they get repeated. There's some of the less grating lines. Demielle. Or Demielle. So, she is also from Fantasy Life Online. As you can tell, a lot of the Fantasy Life Online characters have very extravagant clothing. And that's where I got the whole idea that, oh, gacha characters always have such extravagant clothing. They're just like so covered in detail. And you can tell, like, the eyes are more detailed, the clothing is more detailed. A lot of just everything about them is way more detailed than the ones from the 3DS game. Case in point, Douglas right next to her. It's very simply designed. At least in comparison. Anyways, yeah, Demielle is an alchemist. Yeah, alchemy is one of those crafting lives. So, and her whole thing is like love fortune telling. And apparently she's very good at that. And all her dialogue surrounds that. That's another thing about these characters, is that usually if they have like one thing to their personality, most of their dialogue will like just completely surround just that. So, because, you know, she's known as like the love alchemist and, you know, putting pairings together, being a matchmaker, a lot of her dialogue has to do with like love and, you know, oh, wouldn't they be a cute couple, that sort of thing. So I'm going to need pinks, purples. Oh yeah, and this is fun, as she's got heterochromia.
let me just do those eyes first before I forget. Seems she's got more of like a right pink eye and a like bluish purple left eye, so I will do that really quick because otherwise I am definitely going to forget that. And even in this little doodle, I didn't do like all the details, I don't think. And then that's red in the middle of the eye, and then everything else is gold. Okay. So with that being said about how she's characterized, decent voice acting, not that great in my opinion. Again, constantly hearing about love is a little grating to me, so I'm thinking of putting her probably low C tier. Write their names on all of them, but And hi Alpha, welcome. Glad you can make it. You can just chill. We are how many characters in? At least 10, maybe? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. And we are just about to put down our 11th character, who is a love alchemist. Danielle. I'm gonna put her like I want to say either low C or solid D. Although I will say, I kind of like the colors that I chose for this one, at least. She is pretty, I will give her that. She will definitely stand out among the crowd. Probably mid-C. Yeah, I could do that. We're gonna start getting into some overlapping territory. Haha, very funny, Alpha. Very funny. Speaking of D, Douglas. He is the master miner. So he likes digging and that sort of thing. That's one of the gathering lives that you can have in the game. His whole shtick is that he constantly forgets things. Like that is his whole deal every single time. It's like he'll forget the most random things, and you'll have to remind him like, "Hey, no, actually, this is what we're doing," or "This is who you are," because sometimes he forgets who he is. And he's got very weird selective short-term memory loss. But yeah, he was also in the first Fantasy Life 3DS game, so pretty decent. Someone mentioned the mines? Rock and stone! Yes. Awakening your inner dwarf, I see. Yeah. There is a decent amount of the mining lives in here. Like each one, I believe, has like at least 3. Like at least 3 characters assigned to it. Let's see, maybe like the reddish with the brown. Also, have you noticed my little board buddies here? What do you think? Are they cute or are they too distracting? You can be honest. I can send them away if they are too distracting. So reddish brown hair, bit of a darker peachish for the nose, and then some brown for the headgear, and gray for the goggles. So this is my first time actually drawing most of these characters, so I do have like references up for essentially all of them. So if I have to get up every now and again to reference, that is why. I might mess with the colors just a little bit. But yeah, I feel like as a character, Douglas is just kind of standard. He's there. I think, unfortunately, that's gonna have to be the thing about Douglas, is that compared to everyone else, he's a little bit on the boring side. So he is gonna have to go in a pretty low D tier, I think. D for Douglas.
Oh, and don't worry if you've been distracted by stuff off stream. Like, honestly, if you're, like, just listening to this in the background, like, that's perfectly fine. That's kind of what streams are for sometimes. Question of the day. Haven't played Fantasy Life, can't comment there, but cozy games. Do like them, but they always need some sort of puzzle element for me. Some of my go-to relaxed games are Dorfromantik and Shapes. Yeah, I remember you mentioning those two games in particular. I haven't played those games myself, honestly, but yeah, I can see how, like, based on at least their descriptions, how those ones would be pretty relaxing. Me, I've been in, like, I've had a couple of standard cozy games, like Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing New Leaf and New Horizon. Yeah. New Leaf, New Horizons.
But yeah. Otherwise, I've been kind of into like puzzle games recently. One is the Case of the Golden Idol series. I've just recently finished the DLC for the sequel, Rise of the Golden Idol, which was alright. I still have some questions lore-wise, but that's a completely different topic for another day. Anyways, back to Fantasy Life. Next one up is Fang. He is a mercenary type, and he is also a forest dweller, which is one of the other types that are not specifically human. Which is, there's an interesting thing about Fantasy Life. There are, like, humanoids with pointed ears, but they don't specifically call them out as, like, elves or anything, as far as I'm aware. So as far as I know, they're just humans with pointed ears. But Fang and a couple of others are specifically forest dwellers, in which there's some sort of mix of a forest spirit and a human. Now I need to remember, okay, light brown for the hair, darker brown for the accessories, and then blue eyes. Okay. Where did I put that brown? Just had it. Yeah. There you are.
Another good relaxing game is Plants vs Zombies 1. Yeah, that's also a good one. I played through that all the time. I used to like go through like the vase puzzles a whole lot to see how far I could get. I forget what my high score is for that, but those were always pretty fun. I don't know where the smug elf came from, but I'm guessing it's a misunderstanding of Tolkien. That's what I'm assuming too, because that's the earliest like example I can think of the hoity-toity, better than you elves. But yeah, if elves are just supposed to be just humans with pointy ears in fantasy life, then yeah, I can get behind that. But like Colin's got the pointy ears going on, and so does Chakpo actually. Yeah, those are two characters so far that we've done that have the pointy ears going on, but they're never mentioned as like elves or anything. And then Fang being a forest dweller, he's got more of like furry animal ears. No specific animal, just vague furry animal ears. he's pretty decently in a fight considering his mercenary life. And his voice lines are pretty good. Put him a little bit above Bray, I think. Next one I got is Fern. She is the Master Hunter from Castell from the Fantasy Life 3DS game. And her lines are very direct. She's always talking just like it's just like to the point, mission complete, that sort of deal. So honestly, not much to say about her. She, like, to me, she doesn't have much to her. So I just kinda, yeah. Where did I put it? Just, I swear, I use markers and then I immediately lose them.
been tempted to have elves and dungeon smalls be a parody of graceful elves by having the anatomy of rubber hose cartoon characters. That would be a very interesting take. We have to appreciate someone who's efficient. To be honest, in my own story, I'm inclined to make elves more tribal and or feral in nature. They're supposed to be more closely tied to nature after all, so why not make them more ferocious?
I also like that take. I can see that, like I can see how you can connect the dots in that. So that could also be a very interesting take if you decide to go that route.
A little bit ahead of myself, but since there's not much to burn, I don't know. She might be my first F tier character. Like, not even in battle does she seem all that impressive, so she's got, for me, the problem that she just seems kind of dull in comparison to the other characters. But of course, if you're a Fantasy Life fan who's watching the VOD, feel free to explain why you think my tier list is wrong. I'll make her high F tier. Alrighty. Oh, Flamel. Why do dwarves always have axes as weapons? Because elves live in trees. Oh my goodness. What do you mean, Joe? That's an objective fact. Flamel, I mean, for him, I think it's pretty obvious that being an alchemist, he is named after Nicholas Flamel. But he's a little bit more eccentric than that. He's all about the kabooms. He is very much all about creating explosions. If the alchemy does not have anything to do with explosions, he is not interested. Okay. But he is the master alchemist in Castell in the 3DS game. And of course, the whole kaboom thing was his standout character trait, and it still is in Fantasy Life I. Which, you know, after hearing it one too many times, it does get a little bit stale. Like, at least you know, it's very easy to say, oh yeah, Flamel, that's the kaboom guy. You know? But other than that, it's like there really isn't much to him. He's very simple. Celebration of his kabooms, I'll give him like a sort of stripy kaboom type background. But overall, I don't usually prefer to have him on my party. Like, it was nice for the novelty when I initially got him, but as a mainstay, definitely not. He can stay in the alchemy lab where he prefers to be anyways. I think I'll just put him in D tier. A little bit above Douglas. Because I feel like he's a little bit more memorable and his quirk is not as annoying. Not that red. Cherry's nose was not that red, but let's see if I can dilute that a little bit. And let's not have that be a pure white up there. Nah, he still looks creepy. That's fine. But Glenn. Now, here's a fun fact. Back when he was first introduced in Fantasy Life 3DS, he was only known as the Dragon Slayer. He was like, you saw him like standing by himself, alone on a grassy hilltop, being like, I'm here to slay dragons. Oh, those paladins, they don't know what it takes to actually wield a sword. And so basically he's like a defected paladin that became a mercenary. So he's very edgy. He's like, you gotta be strong to, handle the life I live, that sort of thing. So yeah, I feel like he's the right amount of charmingly edgy. Oh god, no! I did not want to click that. Okay, white and gold and okay, so gold in the center, the rest is black. Okay. Simple, easy. Sorry, sometimes the creative's garden is falling apart. And in terms of Glenn's utility, which, by the way, I think he was basically given his name during Fantasy Life Online. That's when we first learned he has a name. And I was like, oh, hi, you actually have a name. Okay, you're not just Dragon Slayer. In terms of utility, he's good for the beginning of Fantasy Life I, but after that, there's other better fighters than Glenn, as much as he would probably protest that there isn't. Give him a nice edgy red. Glenn, I think I do have a little bit of like nostalgia for him, so I think say a mid-B tier. Like, despite him being edgy, his lines are actually, like, pretty supportive. Like, I think Glenn is, like, the tsundere, archetype done well, where he has the even mix of, grumpiness, but then actually cares. Yeah, I could put him next to Alan. Not looking too bad so far. And let's see. Alright, next one up is Grant's. He is another mining character, and he was in the Fantasy Life Online mobile gacha game. His whole thing apparently is that he laughs very easily. Just by like thinking of some random thing that made him laugh, or he'll just like start bursting out into laughter for whatever reason. And apparently the lore reason for this is that he says that he used to like not be someone who laughed so easily, but then he met Douglas, and Douglas kept on screwing up like several times over and over back to back, and that was just so hilarious to Grant that he just like he finds so many things funny ever since. Make of that what you will. I don't know. But his design is pretty interesting. I will say that. Trying to figure out what shade of blue that is, and then brown goggles, dark blue eyes, and yellow tassel things going on. I think what I want to do for his hair is I'll do this, and then it out into a lighter shade. Is gold. Yeah. Like I said, the Fantasy Life online characters usually have like way more details that are strictly necessary. His voice is pretty decent in English. Like, it's not too grating, even with the frequency at which the lines are being spat out. And I think the voice fits the character. We're only at 18 out of 50. Man. I might need to start picking up the pace. But here's Grant's. And I'm gonna put him at I think a decent C tier above Chuck Paul. I'm just gonna start filling in some of the colors that I know off the top of my head, just to try and speed things up. Because otherwise, if I try to like strictly go by reference for each and every individual character, we're gonna be here all day. I did not finish coloring that hat. Laura. Has pink hair. So does Hazel. Now he has dark hair. she's blonde. Might switch it up to this yellow. And then there's some reds in here. Yeah, I think she's definitely redhead. And yeah, there's definitely some pinks for the cheeks that I'm forgetting. Some of these characters have very rosy cheeks. quickly realizing how much time it's actually going to take to actually color all of these while I'm talking about them. So, yeah. Part 2 another time? Well, I don't know. I feel like I could still get through these. I just have to pick up the pace a little bit, that's all. But, that being said, I think what I'm going to do right now, 4, 8, 12, 16, 18. I'm going to try and get to 25, and then I'm going to take a break. So that's how I'll be doing that. So green and brown, okay. We can do this. Speed round, let's go! So Hawk, another hunter. Fantasy Life Online mobile game. He's all about the wind. And that's all he bothers on about. I'd say he's a decent mid-tier battle partner. His personality, while one note, is still fairly decent. I probably gotta put him in a low C tier. Let's not drop sharp objects. Be careful. Okay. Here he is. Here he goes. Off into... We'll put him down here. And then we have Hazel, Fantasy Life 3DS, Magician, apparently likes mysteries. I don't remember too much about her from the original game, honestly. Like, I remember her face, she was in the trailer, but I don't remember too much about her, and I don't recall her being too effective a party member. So I don't think her voice lines are annoying, so there's that. I know there's no pressure, but at the same time, it's like when you're watching something, it can be a little annoying to have to go to like a separate video just to watch the part 2 if you just want to, you know, binge it all in one go. So I know, like, that's annoying for me. So, and I kinda don't want to do this for next week's stream. I have other plans for next week's stream. But this was very much a very experimental stream, just to see how long it would take me to do this. Because I thought, oh, making my own stickers and then putting them on a physical tier list sounds like fun. And I just didn't think of how long it would actually take me to get through this many characters. Anyways, Hazel. D tier. Above Flamel. Like, decent, but not memorable. And didn't cut anything. I'm fine. I'm fine. Like, if anything, it's just kind of warm where I'm at. Oh. Accidentally knocked down some of my own stickers, which I hope you'll be seeing in person soon. And for those who don't know, these are my own Snapdragon Club characters, my own original characters as stickers, which are available in my Ko-fi, and the link is down there. And if you happen to be in stream and donate or buy something while I'm streaming, then a little like thing will pop up on stream, hopefully. I have yet to have that happen yet, so who knows, maybe you can be the first. But yeah, Hilda, Paladin, Fantasy Life Online mobile game. Is a crybaby who likes eating and is always trying to impress her cooler older brother who is also a paladin. It's actually kind of like not only annoying but also mildly concerning how often she mentions her brother. But anyways, for this reason, I'm probably the only good thing about her is that she does have an AoE healing ability if you have her in your party. So that comes in handy. But again, her lines are of annoying. And therefore, Hilda, unfortunately, will have to go. Yeah, no, I'm not even sure if the healing ability can raise it up to D tier for me. She's gonna go in F tier, I'm sorry. You're cute, you really are, but you're annoying as heck. This is during work hours for me. That's fair. Having not played Fantasy Life before, how's the standard RPG grinding? So, for the most part, like, if we're talking, I'll start with Fantasy Life 3DS, first of all, and say that in Fantasy Life 3DS, you could essentially go the entire game without doing any battles because it is so heavily story driven. And even though there are like, oh no, enemies showed up, I hope you're ready for a battle, you do have the option in the 3DS version to say, no, I'd rather not fight, can we skip the battle? Then your companion will go, oh, okay, I can do some quick magic and we can skip the battle. Because the whole draw of Fantasy Life is that you can pick any class you want, and you can also pick multiple classes. You are actually encouraged to eventually pick all the classes. But it is not required in Fantasy Life 3DS to start off with a fighting class like Paladin or Hunter or Mercenary or Magician. You don't have to pick that. You should pick a class. You should pick a life, which they're called lives, but you're not required to. You could go throughout the entire game just following along with the story. Like, it even says so, like, in the beginning. But generally speaking, it is very much encouraged that not only do you pick up a life, but that you eventually pick up multiple, especially since a lot of them have synergies with each other. Like, you can become a miner to then gather your own materials to craft as a blacksmith. So that's 2 lives. Miner, blacksmith. And then the blacksmith can forge all sorts of weapons, armor, shields, and tools. So it is very handy for, the fighting classes that require those, like the Paladin and Mercenary. And even as a blacksmith, you can, then smith your own hammers, which are the tools that the blacksmiths use to craft. But it is not necessary to get to, the higher echelon of each life, to complete the game for the 3DS. But it is something that you're encouraged to do to, get better gear, make things go through faster, just for, ease of, efficiency. As well as there are some, recipes that you then earn in the late game stages, which are mostly for cosmetic purposes, but also for efficiency purposes. Especially if you're a tailor, those are definitely more for cosmetic purposes. Which, yeah. But in Fantasy Life, I feel like the grind is like a little bit more difficult because there are still like mandatory boss sections, or you have to fight X amount of enemy sections. And as far as I can tell, there is not a way to skip those like there were in the 3DS game. So, in this case, it would be recommended to pick a battle class as your initial life, rather than any of the crafting or gathering ones. But it is a thing where it's like, in order to get a life, you have to go get a license. You have to then go to the life master to say, hey, teach me how to do this life. Teach me how to be a blacksmith. Teach me how to be, whatever. And you can either choose to go through the storyline so you know, like, the NPCs related to that life, or you can just choose to skip it and say, okay, give me my license so that now I am, lowest tier of this life and can move on and get off the, the railroad tracks so that I can move on to, like, doing other things. Like, for instance, if you just really want to collect all the life licenses all at once, then you would have to go to, get the license, go to the life master, get the license, go to the life master. And there are, like, 12, 14 different lives to choose from? So, yeah, there's a lot. There is definitely a lot. Sounds like violence is the answer, but you can put it off for quite some time. Basically, yes. Basically, yes. But yeah. That being said, it really is the story and the cute characters that really drew me in. So that's what I really appreciated. And just the overall, get to customize whatever. That sort of freedom. And then Fantasy Life, I just decided, hey, besides the base game, how about we add some open world, elements, and also make it Animal Crossing New Horizons with your own little island and villagers. It's like, okay, you want to be so many things at once. And for the most part, I would say it is successful. But I'm not sure how I feel about the open world aspect, because the open world section, and it really is a section, but it's completely sectioned off, because there's this whole time, like, travel and interdimensional travel apparently that's going on, and it is really, like, messing with me, but anyways, Ian, blacksmith, cool dude. Absolutely do not mind having him in the party. And I also like having him as a crafting buddy for my smithing needs. So I think I shall put him in B tier. Actually, looking at who's left, I might actually put him in A tier. I will put him just behind Colin. Because I like Colin a little more than Ian. But yeah, Ian is also from the mobile game, so there's that. Not much to him. Isaac, fisherman, was in the first game. He is also very one note, all about fishing. Not much else to him other than that. Other than being a master angler. Okay, it's brown then green for his goggles. And it's also brown for the edge of the fish, I believe. And I'll just give Jake a quick background as well. He's got a pink nose. He's got blue greenish eyes, I think. But anyways, Isaac, I will probably put in F tier. Not memorable. His fishing abilities meh. And then Jake, Hilda's brother, previously mentioned. He's cool. He's actually like the first one in the gacha game that I really wanted to get just because he looked that cool. And, he's a pretty decent dude. He's all about protecting the Kingdom of Castel. And just, stereotypically an attractive Bishonen character. So for that, and his abilities in battle, not too bad. I'll put him just above Colin in A tier. Let's see, how far are we now? 36. Okay. So Jerry's gonna be my last one before I go to break. Jerry's a little kid hunter. He was also in the first game. Yeah, there's not much to him. He just wants to be a grown-up. He's got a really decent like AoE healing though, which is really nice. That is probably the only reason that I would ever bring him aboard or keep him on my party. Cause yeah, I like having some healers in the party. Those are always nice. And I think he's got dark green eyes. Got so many markers over here. The great thing about sticker paper, though, is that it's not, the alcohol markers don't usually, like, bleed through the backing, so it's like it comes with its own protective, backing. Also, why did I do that? Why did I do that? They're acorns. Whatever. He's decent enough. I'll put him behind Cliff in D tier. Alright. I believe that is 4, 10, 13, 17, 25 characters currently on the tier list. So with that, I will be taking a quick break, and then I'll be looking to finish off the last 25. I will try to speedrun it as best as I can. But until then, hope you guys are staying cool. Go get some stretches, get some water, you know, take a bite. Whatever you need to do, just take care of yourselves. It'll be a quick break, and I will be back. am back. Hope you guys had a good break. I know I'm doing my best to stay cool. I got myself a little bit of a sip of milk tea. For those who don't know, I love milk tea. Specifically jasmine milk tea. With some honey boba. But let's see if I can't speed things along just a teensy bit. I'm just gonna try my best to color some of these to the best of my ability. So glad I got a refill on this yellow. I think this was this color, and I think this was this color. Right, I need this light blue for her. For this character, I just completely gave up on her hair. I didn't know how to draw it per se, so. I can think of off the top of my head, so back to the references I go. Oh, those are pure blue and pure white. Okay, well that makes that easy. I think how I'm going to go about this now is that I'm going to finish coloring all of these characters first, and then I'll just go through my quick thoughts afterward. Let's see. Red eyes, one white, green, purple. And that part is gold, okay. You, blue eyes, light blue eyes. Where are you? And then like red, and then yeah, too wide. I'm just gonna put that there because why not? She's got green hair. I think she's got white flowers going on. Also, all the skin tones, I just need to quickly dot in the skin tones. Because a lot of these characters are pale as heck unless you get some of the makeovers, which is very odd for some characters. I don't know. I will say in Fantasy Life I have been farming the treasure grows because that's how you get the seeds, which are the currency used to buy the makeup boxes so that you can change these characters into color variants. Because, like I said, I do have a favorite character, and we will get to him. I swear to the goddess Celestia, we will get to him. Okay. All the base skin tones are done. Okay. Light blue eyes, and nope, those are very light green flowers. Why? Why are you colored like this? And then we get light blue. works. That's fine. Moving on. That's brown with green jacket things going on. Blue eyes and a light green. Sure. Okay, pink, yellow, and that's basically white gel. Yeah. Actually, it's more of a red. I'll switch it to a red. And a yellow here. And she's got, yeah, I'm gonna say slate eyes. Okay, pink with a lighter pink. And I'm gonna assume to brown eyes. Oh boy. I'm still within time limit so far. Let's see if we can keep that up, huh? Silver blonde, blue eyes. Red thingy. Okay. I'm just gonna start making guesses at this point. New art challenge. Trying to see how much I actually remember of these characters' designs. Then I think she had red carp thingy going on. messing up a lot of colors. But at this point, I am just trying to get through this. Because it's almost hitting the 4-hour mark. If it hasn't hit it already. And I'm going to do some very quick background coloring for the rest of them. Oh yeah, she was also bringing farmer's hat. Okay. We're fine. We're fine. Okay. They're all done. Now, we can get back to the tier list. So, number 26, Kikyo. She's an artist who is new to the game in Fantasy Life I. I am pretty sure. I'm almost positive. Because I don't think I've stuck with the mobile game for too long, so there were like probably some characters that I didn't get to meet in the mobile game. But as far as I know, she's new to Fantasy Life I. Like, she's very pretty. She's got the whole very traditional Japanese aesthetic going on. used to think she's pretty cool, but after a while of hearing her voice lines, a little bit too much of a prissy front for me, I suppose. So she's decent. So I think I'll put her in C tier right here. And next is Klaus. Klaus was actually in the mobile game as a tailor. He's got his own brand of clothing in Castell, I believe. He's always on the lookout for the next big, beautiful project. But he's got also some edginess to him, which makes me think he's been to Al Majik, because a lot of when I gave him a house on the island, his house matched the aesthetics of Al Majik a lot. So I don't know, maybe he took a lot of inspiration from that, but who knows. But I liked his vibe. He's decent at what he does. I have him on my tailoring crafting team. I don't really bring him out on battles so much. I would put him, decently B tier. Kunugi. I wasn't a big fan of Kunugi. She is a carpenter from the mobile game. She's fine. There's nothing inherently wrong with her. I just don't vibe with her. There's nothing about her that I latch onto personally. So I don't know. So she's fine. She's nice. She's there. I'd put her in C tier. I did get a little bit tired of hearing her voice lines, so she's going right here next to Kikyo. Laura. Princess Laura from Castell. From the 3DS game. Usually she wouldn't have her hair in a ponytail. Her initial entrance was introducing herself as the Boy because she had this blue cap that covered her hair and almost, made her look like a boy. But she's, typical rambunctious princess looking for adventure, sneaking out of the castle, that sort of thing. And, she was alright. The thing I also miss about Fantasy Life 3DS was that, you can basically, you didn't run into these characters randomly. You could, basically come up to them, and because they were, with you on your adventure, then they go, hey, are you still, off on adventures? Maybe take me along sometime, and that's how you get them to join your party. Instead of in Fantasy Life I, where it's hey, they're in these little, shrines, go find them, then they're just basically, glorified collectibles with their own backstories that you never get to experience. Only a few of them you do, kind of, but not really. Kikyo is within the story. You get Douglas in the story. You get Kunugi. She's actually the first, strangely, you find. So, yeah. But Laura, I would put her... Her voice lines kind of irritate me, so I'm putting her back here with Fang. Actually... yeah, I'll put her right here. Right in front of Klaus. Right in front of Fang. It's fine. Layla. Another forest dweller. she's a sweetheart. She also has a brother who likes to keep watch over her. But she's also like a decent hunter when you have her on the party, so she's really nice. I like having her on the party. I honestly like she does like the sweet girl archetype in a less annoying way from what I recall. Admittedly, it's been a while since I had her on my party because it's been a while, but I think I would actually put her, yeah, decently in A tier. Magmia, blacksmith. She has a crush on Ian and is part of the Jake fan club. Probably would be somebody I'd be friends with. Like I feel like I would be the friend that she'd come to and be like, "Oh my gosh, isn't he the coolest?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, sure, yeah, yeah, no, I totally agree with you." But yeah, I think she's decent in the blacksmith area. Her voice lines aren't like too out there or annoying for me. So I think I would put her in... I want to say a pretty decent high C tier. Like up here. I'm just gonna get rid of this. I'm not using that anymore. Ooh, still making record time. Nice, okay. Alright, I don't know how her name is pronounced, but I'm just gonna go with maybe. Or, I'll go with May May. May May sounds right. So May May is an artist, so I think she's new to Fantasy Life I. Although I thought I saw her in the mobile game, but I could be wrong. But you know, Mimi is hyperactive. The only reason that I don't think I saw her is because she's an artist, and artists are a fairly new, life in the game, so. And I don't think Artist and Farmer were in the mobile game, so yeah. But yeah, she's alright. Like her voice lines fit, but they're also very annoying to me, so unfortunately, D tier. Why is her name escaping me? I just closed the tab too. Ah, okay. I know it starts with M because these are all in alphabetical order. I'll just go open it back up again. Monica. That's what it was. Monica. Okay. Miss Monica. I kid. But Monica, woodcutter, is again another like sweet girl archetype, but she's kind of annoying to me. So, and she doesn't really help out from my experience. I'm gonna have to put her in F tier. Oh man. We are so almost done. Mustang, Captain Mustang, boomerang mustache. I love this man so much. From the 3DS game, he is the captain of the Paladins in Castell. He is an absolute unit. I love this man. His English voice is so perfect for him. I still remember like his lines from the 3DS game when like the Paladins are like looking up at the sky because there's like something weird going on in the sky, and then he like looks at them like, what are you guys just standing around for? And then he finally looks up and he's like, what did you do to the moon? Like that cracked me up so bad. Oh my god, he's going in S tier. He's going in S tier. I love this man so much. And then later on, I'll have to mention that when I get to him. But he's coming up. He's coming up. Nami. I don't like Nami. Nami is annoying. She's a chef. She's a little girl, and she's very annoying to me. I usually prefer to keep her off my cooking team. I usually have Alan and Chokpo as my cooking team because I do not want to deal with Nami. Like, the voice fits are just fine, but I can't with this character. So yeah, actually, Nami's going back over here. She's a little way back here. Yeah. Now, here is my boy. This is my boy, Odin, the captain of the Magic Knights. He says Magic Knights, but I don't know about that. But this is my boy. I love Odin so much. He's the greatest. However, I do not agree with the voice direction they chose for his English voice. The Japanese voice is so much better. The Japanese voice matches more what I had in mind for what Odin sounded like. But he's still my boy, and I still love him. He is the one who was taking the topmost S tier spot. And as for that moment I was going to talk about with Mustang, there was a moment where like all the leaders of the various places in Fantasy Life have met up, and Mustang and Odin are guarding the doors. And basically, Mustang is trying to make conversation with Odin, and he's like, yes, and I've felled these many beasts and, done many great things for our great, kingdom. And it's like, and I've heard so many great things about you, Sir Odin. And Odin says nothing because he doesn't care to say anything. And then Mustang is just like, he decides to take it upon himself to be like, oh yes, and I've heard many things about you, Captain Mustang. And he just praises himself like, oh, do go on, Sir Odin. Just, I thought that was the funniest line. But yeah. So, anyways, that's why those two are at the top tier and why I really like to bring them along. Because they're just so fun. Olivia, the Pirate Princess of Port Puerto from the 3DS game. She, like Laura, also makes a reappearance in the mobile game with updated looks, which is what they use in Fantasy Life I. They use their mobile game designs. But yeah, she's alright. Like I left her in the 3DS game. But I don't particularly care for her voice lines a whole lot. It's like they're decent, but I don't know. At least they're not too annoying. But yeah, she's gonna B tier. Orlando, I think he was just kind of there in the 3DS. He was just there. I'm not sure if you could recruit him into your party or not. But I'm pretty sure he was there in Port Puerto just randomly chopping down a tree somewhere. I don't care much for his voice, honestly. D tier. Pierre, along with his brother Butch, like he got a crush on Layla at the very last minute of the story, and it was the funniest thing to me. It's like, okay, dude, whatever you say, whatever will get you off your butt and actually, do something. If this is the carrot on a stick you need, sure. But he's kind of grown on me, a lot like Butch. Not as much as Butch, but definitely grown on me. I think I'll put him right next to Layla. Because I think it would be cute if they got together. And, yeah, I do think pretty, highly of him. Like, I think Inky's, grown a lot since the 3DS game, so there is that. Okay. Here we go. We're starting to get into the last stretch. Oh my goodness. I wonder what you're saying, oh my god, for. Is it just the sheer amount of stickers on the tier list? Because yes, there are a lot of stickers on the tier list, and we are almost done. Pino, Layla's brother. Very much a sweetheart. Very soft-spoken. I like having him around, but I usually don't find too much use out of the farmers in general in Fantasy Life I. But Pino's always been a nice sweetheart, and I like him. I think I would put him... Roizen. I don't like Roizen. She is a one-note farmer that's just like there's these like walking corns called cornies, and she's just like, cornies destroyed my crops. Now I hate all cornies. And it's just like, oh god. And that's all she ever talks about is like her crops, disliking the corny enemies, and just how much she can hold a grudge. That's just her whole deal, and I don't like her. I don't like her for this reason. She is the one going at the bottom of this tier list. At the very bottom of F tier. Just no. Rouge. No. Is it Rouge? I must... Gosh darn it. Yeah, it is Rouge. Okay. I'm not losing my mind. Rouge. Mercenary from the mobile game. She's alright. Like, the voice fits. Everything's fine. She's the hard, you know, rough and tumble type that also likes cute things. There are better fighters to take out in the party, though, in my opinion. So, she's going in D tier. I keep wanting to call this character Shea, but it might be she, like sheep. Kind of like how B from Night in the Woods is pronounced B, though it's spelled B-E-A. But she's just a cute little girl, very sleepy, likes fluffy things. Like, she's cute enough, and she also does like light healing when she's out in the party. So, I would put her right here in C tier. Sloan is a sleepy master magician from the mobile game. His whole thing is that he's constantly falling asleep. Something to do with his magic, supposedly. But his lines annoy me. So unfortunately, I'm gonna put him I'll put him in low C tier. I can't believe I'm running out of space in D and F of all the places. Snow. She's a mercenary. She's an idol. And her voice lines are very annoying in English. Like, they fit, but they're annoying. I can't handle having her on the team. So unfortunately, she's going in F. She's just that annoying. And hi, Shazbeth. Glad you can make it for the tail end of this tier list. We're doing good. I was getting scared that I wasn't gonna finish this tier list, but we are now at the final 5 characters from Fantasy Life I that you can have on your island. As you can see, we have filled up the tier list quite a bit. It's like it barely fits within the frame. But yeah, I've gone a little bit over 4 hours, but that's alright. We are at the final stretch. Completely forgot to color in her eyes. It's whatever. I was in a rush to color all of these because I realized that I was going very slowly. Anyways, next one is Sophie, Alchemist from the mobile game. Apparently she has like 2 personalities. I'm not sure what her deal is, but her voice lines annoy me. Every time I go to do a task, it's always, I'm worried about you. And I'm like, stop, please. Like, it is an overall problem with how often, like, these same voice lines get repeated over and over, considering how long you would end up playing the game. But, like, some voice lines are more egregious than others, in my humble opinion. But yeah, because of this, Sophie, she's also gonna go in F tier for me. I don't care much for her. Sylvia, I think is her name. I'll double check. How's my summer been? It's been going alright. Just trying to keep cool. I had a little bit of milk tea earlier. I still have some water with me too as well. But yeah, definitely just trying to keep hydrated, stay cool. And I hope you all are doing the same. Sylvia. Yeah, Sylvia. She is Bray's daughter, and she is a miner in that she mines ore, that type of miner. And that is actually the last miner on the list. And her voice lines are alright. She's decent at what she does. But generally, not for me. Yeah, I'd put her over here in C tier. Next is Taylor, who is a Taylor. She is from the 3DS game. She's from Castell. She's just really easygoing. And I'll go ahead and put this one last time. So Taylor, like, she's alright. I think I would only keep her on my tailoring crafting team, but I like her voice lines. She's nice. I will put her as a B tier. Teruha is a fisher, an angler, who is also an idol, apparently. I had to look at her, encyclopedia thing for this, because I had no idea. Because, especially the characters from the mobile game, it's like, you wouldn't know unless you played, and now the mobile game's gone, so... yeah. She's alright. I think I'd just put her in C tier, to be honest. Nothing too egregious. And then finally, number 50, Euelia. She is essentially one of the main catalysts of the original Fantasy Life 3DS game. And, I actually, really liked her in the 3DS game. However, her voice lines... Now, there's a couple of things about Euelia and how she's portrayed in Fantasy Life I that I don't... it's nothing too egregious or anything. It's just more nitpicks than anything. It's that, one, a couple of her voice lines are just kind of annoying after a while. And make her sound like, oh, I did all this hard work for you. So you should be grateful. It gives off that sort of vibe to me, which I don't think fits her, per se. I'm sure it was just trying to be as close to the, to localizing what the Japanese original text was. But, yeah, I don't know. But there's also the thing of, oh man, I lost my train of thought. No. How could this happen? I don't know. Oh yeah, now I remember. In the 3DS game, when you had Euelia in your party, she was the healer. She was supposed to be the healer. They turned her into a magician that does offensive light magic instead. So she doesn't do the healing anymore, which upsets me a little bit because I like having a balance of healing and offense on my team. So it used to be that I would have Euelia as my healer, and then I would have Odin as my offense. That used to be my go-to party in Fantasy Life when I was playing on the 3DS. So unfortunately, I'm not sure if I can put her in S tier anymore. Or maybe I will. I'll just put her on very low S tier. Yeah, I think that sounds right. I mean, I'm planning on having a calm weekend, Shazbeth, but yeah. I'm just glad I managed to get through this whole tier list. Look at that. All filled up. I was a lot more picky about them than I thought I was gonna be. For the most part, I still like most of them, even if they're in, D or F tier. Except for Roizen. I don't like Roizen. She's staying at the bottom. I think that's the only one I have like super strong feelings about. But everything else is like, they all have something good about them that I like. It's just that for some of them, I don't agree with how the voice acting in English was done, like how it was directed, and I don't agree with having the voice lines being as frequent as they are when they are in the party. Like, I wish they were like slightly less frequent, or that there was like some sort of option to like have them speak their lines less frequently, kind of like how in Monster Hunter you have the option to have like player shoutouts to be less frequent or even silent. But other than that, it's still really nice to see like all of my like favorites or faces that I recognize from past games back in Fantasy Life I, and it is really nice to like see them all, and I'm sure like all of these characters are somebody's favorite. So if anyone's watching the VOD who's a Fantasy Life fan, I hope you'll tell me which ones are your favorites, and if there's any that you would like put on a different spot in your tier list. But yeah, I'm glad to have finished this because that means next week I get to do something different. Because for anyone who's new, I am a webcomic artist who draws traditionally. So on my channel you might have seen the Snapdragon Club series, which there is the grand opening, which is a slideshow series, so you can read the comic there. So there's a grand opening. Then there's the Wanderer's Tale, which is from the reader's perspective of what it's like to be isekai'd to, the continent of Osen. And then there's also the Hunter's Tale, which is almost done. Like, the comic itself has been completed, but the comic dub is like currently in the works, and I am currently working on that final piece. And then there's my current comic, which I am dubbing The Actress's Tale, and it is going to have some more spooky elements to it. Some creepy, spooky elements to it, and I'm hoping that I'll get to share that, my work in progress with you guys next week about that comic, because I have a decent amount of things sketched out for that. But with that being said, I believe we are done for today. So thank you all very much for joining me on this stream. As usual, if you would like to help support my artwork and what I do, then please feel free to check out my Patreon, where you can see like comic pages early, as well as have access to the pilot comic, the Sanctus pilot comic, which is 20 pages. But if you don't want to do the monthly subscription sort of thing, then you can check out my Ko-fi, which is linked over there. And not only can you do like one-time donations over there, if you do it during the stream, then a little thing will pop up over here, and you will also be able to access the pilot comic there if you donate a certain amount. And not only that, but I have stickers available in my Ko-fi shop. These stickers are from the grand opening set. There are 4 in total in the grand opening set. And then there's also 4 stickers in the Hunter's Tale set. So if you feel like getting some cute stickers, those are also available. But yeah, if you can't do anything monetary wise, please feel free to subscribe, like the videos, leave comments, share the streams and videos that you like, and yeah, I hope to see you all next week, Fridays at 10 a.m. PST. So thank you very much for those who joined me in the chat and for those who enjoyed the VOD. Yes, thank you all for coming.